We're unmuted.
Good morning, El Dorado County, and it's great to see so many people here this morning. I'd like to welcome you to our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is Tuesday, and it is May 19th, 2026. Hard to believe. I'd first like to start with an invocation, and Pastor Chris Scott, would you please come forward and help us with that? Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Will you please join me in a prayer this morning here? Lord, thank you for this opportunity for us to gather, for us to lift up celebration and joy in our county, but also for us to focus in on the details of running and making decisions about this beautiful strip of land that we get to call home. We are blessed that we get to live here, and we are extremely grateful for it. We ask for your ongoing wisdom and guidance in navigating the challenges before us here and how to govern well, how to care well, so that ultimately that we can be united with you in caring for the people of El Dorado County. We pray that every comment and conversation today would be held in a tongue of respect and dignity and ultimately love for the county that we get to live in and we get to call home. Thank you again for this day, and thank you for the men and the women who make up this room. It's in your powerful name that we get to pray these things together. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we're going to deviate just a little bit, and I'd like to call on Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Veerkamp, who would like to make some comments.
Yeah, I would like to dedicate and close this meeting in the honor of Richard Mason, Uncle Fuzzy, that everybody knew. He was on the Assessments Appeals Board that I appointed when I first got elected. He's done a great job. He was an asset for this community. He loved life. He really did. And he was a great, great person. So anyway, I would like to dedicate in his honor. Close it.
And I'll add in here that Uncle Fuzzy was an ambassador for El Dorado County. Brought the World Gold Panning Championships, here in 2016. I had the pleasure of traveling with him to Spain, Scotland, Finland, and competing in those gold panning championships, as well as helping to organize them. And the friendships, you wouldn't even know the friendships that man had across the world, not just locally. And he's going to be very missed. Led a blessed life. Joyce, we love her as well and the family.
Yeah.
And we're already working to try to carry that legend on. My wife Lori did a panning demonstration Friday for Camino School, so we'll keep it going in his honor. So
Yeah.
yep,
Thank you for that.
He'll solely be missed.
Also, I'd like to take time and ask for a time of silence in his honor. Okay.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and return to our agenda at this point. Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on May 13th?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. Are there any items that my colleagues wish to comment on or pull for discussion? We'll start with District 4, Ms. Parlin.
Oh, don't normally start with me, so I wasn't prepared. I just wanted to thank Supervisor Ferrero for co-sponsoring the proclamation that will go along with your Commission on Aging presentations today. So he couldn't be here today, but I appreciated his co-sponsorship. And then I forgot to check in with Supervisor Veerkamp as to we have another proclamation on the agenda today, and I didn't know if you were planning on saying anything or doing anything,
Nope.
pulling it or anything.
Nope.
I will let you speak to it then.
All right. District 2, Supervisor Turnbull.
No changes.
District 3, Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, I wasn't actually going to speak on that today, but I'm going to let it go. Lori, if you want to say something, go ahead.
Well, it's just, we have a proclamation on the consent calendar for honoring Tim Cordero for all of his years of service. And I feel that, we don't do ceremonial events any longer for proclamations, but I just wanted to acknowledge it. It's a really big deal, and have always appreciated his leadership, not just with the fire service, but within the county. So, and I think there might be some folks here that might be making comment on that. So just wanted to say thank
Make
you
sure
so
that
much
was
to Chief Cordero.
Acknowledged, yeah. And we're not going to meet again till after Wagon Train. So Wagon Train rolls into town on June 6th, and they're also doing a very nice memorial for Davy Doc Weiser. I know that
Okay.
touched a lot of lives here locally.
Yeah.
And it'll be a very nice memorial downtown city of Placerville following the wagon train, which he always followed, brought up the rear of the wagon train. So
Yeah.
it'll all be fitting.
Very good.
And I won't be here on the board meeting June 9th because my surgery on my knee is on June 8th. So I'm going to be missing
can-
that board meeting.
We'll get a lot done on that day.
There we
Probably
go.
so. I won't be talking so much, right?
Yeah. You'll be appointed to a few things, Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
yeah, I
have, we'll
like
have
that.
fun. All right. As far as District 5 goes, I want to comment on item number 23 that is on our consent calendar today. I don't want to pull it. We had a discussion last week about it, but there was some information that was omitted in the discussion that has created some confusion for some of the residents that I represent up in Tahoma and Meeks Bay. So I just would like to enter this information for the record. This is a second reading of an amendment to the ordinance entitled Solid Waste Management. And the point of the amendment is to expand mandatory garbage collection in the Tahoma and Meeks Bay area. But I wanted to, for the record, make clear that Tahoe Truckee Sierra Disposal that currently services that area signed a franchise agreement with El Dorado County back in 2015. And that agreement was due to expire in 2022. An amendment was agreed upon in 2022 to extend the service through 2025. And then in 2025, Tahoe Truckee, Tahoe, TTSD,
PTSD.
thank you, approached El Dorado County with a desire to service the area with residential mandatory service. And that was a condition of an extension that would then take us through 2028. Specifically, the amendment says, in the event that residential service in the franchise area has not become mandatory by county ordinance by July 1st of 2026, TTSD has 45 days that they could notice to terminate the contract. So the likelihood, if we did not make the service mandatory, the likelihood that TTSD would have given us notice is probable. And that would have left us likely without any garbage service in that area for the entire summer, as the county would have had to put out an RFP. Likely TTSD would have been the only one to respond to the RFP, request for proposal, and they probably would have said, we'll do it as long as it's mandatory. So we kind of were stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's why we are where we are today. El Dorado County and TTSD will continue to negotiate the terms of what services will be provided as part of the mandatory service. TTSD has already submitted their ideas, and El Dorado County will likely submit additional items to be negotiated. So thank you for allowing me that opportunity to just put that on the record. We did not discuss that specific thing last week, and so when I began to tell residents about it, they were like, oh, okay, well, we didn't know that.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you getting that on the record because it's a critical piece of information. And I would say that with the last minute change of presenters because of a medical emergency, that's why it got omitted is my guess. So really appreciate you bringing that clarity to the
Yeah.
item.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Okay, we will now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar, including item 23 that I just spoke about. Public comment on closed session items will also be taken at this time. So to be specific, we will now hear public comment on closed session items 1 and 2 and consent items numbers 3 through 26, including item number 29. Please identify which item number or numbers you will be addressing to the board. Ms. Dawson, would you please?
Of course. For public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members of the public in the room with us this morning that would like to address the board on any of the items on consent or closed session?
And that includes proclamations.
And that
just
includes-
so
that
people
would
know, I didn't know if anybody, yeah.
Thank you. That would include the proclamation on aging as well as the proclamation recognizing Chief Cordero. Anybody want to say anything?
I couldn't find you in the room. There's so many people here today. I was looking everywhere, like, where is he?
I wasn't going to miss the last opportunity
you.
to address.
Good morning.
But Madam Chair, CAO, and supervisors, I really appreciate the kind words and thoughts. It's been a privilege and an honor to serve the citizens of El Dorado County and the citizens of the city of Placerville over the last few years, we'll just say. You know, there's been a lot of changes in the fire service. I've been honored to be part of some of the things going on between county fire chiefs, the JPA, and most recently the OWOPR that, again, I've commended this board on that project before, and I'm going to do it one last time. Well, maybe last time. But your forethought in putting that together, the leadership that your CAO, Sue Phillips, brought to the table with that, rallying Ken Pinlot, who's here today, and Chief Blankenheim. I mean, really, they have been the driving force on a model that I think is catching attention statewide. And it's really phenomenal that as these changes take place, they have roots back to El Dorado County. So I think that's a great service. Most recently, being able to be part of completing the annexation with Diamond Springs, you know, part of that team that really worked and did what a lot of people thought we wouldn't be able to do. And I'm encouraged that there's conversations out in the county right now with other departments. You know, my position on it, we're stronger as one. It doesn't make sense to have, you know, as many fire departments as we do. We can honor the past, honor the legacies of those individual departments, but as Supervisor Verkamps knows, the fire service today is much different than when I worked alongside you a handful of years ago. I mean, it's changing, and the fire service is public service, and we need to focus on that. And I'm really, really encouraged with some of the conversations that are taking place out there that hopefully things will progress in the manner that they need to do that. But again, thank you. I really, truly appreciate it. It's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your 40 years of service, and we wish you the best in your retirement, and we know you're not going anywhere.
Yeah,
We still
we
have
know.
you, so thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Well done, well done. All right, are there any other members of the public that would like to address the board on any item on consent or closed session? Okay, seeing none, may we go on to Zoom, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First, actually, I have a question on item 15, which is the IT firewall request. Just to note, the Utah NASPO master agreement expires September of this year. Is there impact to our agreement if that's not renewed? I didn't notice any contingency in our part of the agreement. The next, I actually want to cover item 18, to the supervisors. I wholeheartedly support this proclamation. To Chief Cordero, although the proclamation covers extensive recognition for your career and contributions to the community, I would like to commend you as a true servant leader. You want the best for your personnel, both in their careers as well as their individual lives. You know it is not their job that makes them valuable, but instead their individual lives and character are what makes them great at their jobs. You have championed options for them to prioritize their mental and emotional health for optimal success in their roles. It's wonderful how you have embraced expanded engagement with the chaplaincy as another source of wellness care for your personnel. Personally, it's been an honor to know you more over the last few years. I know that retirement will not be. We never see you again. So I pray for your time to recharge, regroup, and determine what area of service you'll move into. I look forward to every time in the future that our paths will cross. Thank you for everything and congratulations on your recognition today.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Laurel. Laurel, we can't hear you. Laura, I'm going to move on to the next. I don't know if you can maybe try rejoining. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Lyle Bennett Cochon, resident El Dorado County, live in Pollock Pines currently. I wanted to thank our representative for bringing out the clarity about solid waste management, and second what Supervisor Parlin said about vital pieces of information. You've heard many comments about how you use the consent agenda, and I'm affirming improvement. From my perspective, items 13, 15, and 20 all reference funding general fund, and I think it would add for public understanding if that amount of money is actually there, whatever it is, so we don't have to keep digging in to how much is this going to impact the general fund. And secondly, when we do click and then go deeper into legislar, that when the funding is identified, and I thank you for when you put a dollar amount on it, that it reference where we can find that in the budget, because the $1 billion budget is a really big budget, and during fiscal cutback times, then you folks focus on critical issues, but I think it helps if you hear from more people, and making it easier to do the research can help with that public engagement in my experience. And then specifically item 12, which is you resolving an unfair practice when you did a layoff based upon fiscal concerns, that there's nothing in writing. So I'm glad that you guys met and conferred and now everybody understands. But again, in my experience, if it's not in writing somewhere as years go forward, then this good communication can be lost as memory gets lost as people retire. And I affirm what Linda Campbell was saying, the importance of leadership and wellness. And at the beginning of last year's budget cycle, you made a firm commitment to lay nobody off. And then for a variety of reasons, you decided that you didn't. And from my perspective, a focus on wellness, you would have held to that commitment. You would have looked at your reserves. In my experience, you had enough flexibility from prior years, 10 years of budget growth, to have not laid anybody off if you had focused on budget flexibility as more important than the things you did focus on, which was short term. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Good morning, Board. Chief Cordero, so glad that you've made it to this point in your life where you have helped Diamond El Dorado and El Dorado County Fire come together with the help of Matt Gallagher, who's my neighbor. So anyway, but I wanted to express to you that it's strange that you would retire at this point when we're going into the toughest time of the year with our wildfire issues. So I know that in your heart that you'll keep involved no matter what, because it's hard after so many years to be able to not have that on your mind daily. But anyway, congratulations though, and I hope you do find some way to continue to help the community as you have over these last 40 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Did Laurel try to come back in? No. Okay. All right. Thank you. Then we'll bring this item back to the board for action. Ms. Dawson, would you please read this item into the record?
Approval of the consent calendar with no changes.
Madam Chair, I'll move consent.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Ferrero being absent.
All right, we'll move on the agenda. Now we will be taking public comment on all other agenda items, excluding the 2 public hearings that are scheduled for this morning around, not before 9:30, let's say. So we will be taking public comment now specifically on items number 27, 28, 32, 33, and 34. And I know a lot of you are here for item number 34, which we're going to actually take up next, but this would be the time to make public comment on that item if you'd like to. And that item being the senior nominees and the senior of the year. So are there any members in the room that would like to make a comment to the board on any of those items?
For public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Are there any members in the room that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
This is Leo Bennett Koshon again. I wanted to thank you for item 35, where you're addressing the emergency situation of the Whitehall structure on Highway 50. Whenever I have the pleasure of driving to our wonderful basin area, I kind of hold my breath driving by that building.
Yeah.
So just want to affirm that you now have in place a true procedure that will deal with this before it unfortunately falls into our wonderful river basin type stuff. And then I wanted to extend the welcome to our new Chief Probation Officer. I've been always impressed by our probation department, and I've gone to their open houses, seen the level and quality of services where they're helping to break, the constant cycle that we have too much of, where people's involvement with our justice system ends up kind of perpetuating bad habits and injustices as opposed to returning them to productivity with our society. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move on to item number 34, which I know is why a lot of you are here with us this morning. So this is being presented by our Health and Human Services Agency. This is the Senior of the Year nominees and 2026 winner. I'd like to ask Ms. Dawson to read this item into the record, please.
Item 34 comes from Health and Human Services Agency on behalf of the El Dorado County Commission on Aging, recommending the board, 1, present a certificate to each Senior of the Year nominee, mentioning, as noted on the certificate, their primary contribution to the community, and 2, announce the 2026 County of El Dorado Senior of the Year and present the award to the nominees selected by the Commission on Aging to receive this honor.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Miss Engelhardt Stott. Are you with us this morning to kick this item off? There you are. Please come forward.
Take over the podium here. Over here. Okay.
And there's a portable mic there too for you. I don't know if you're gonna walk around. Yeah, just so you know. Hopefully it works.
Yes.
This is, whoops. Is it,
There you
Yeah,
go.
try that.
on behalf of the Commission on Aging, I'd like to welcome you all to the Senior of the Year Award. I am Elizabeth Powell. I'm a member of the Commission on Aging. I'm joined today by Lynette, who's in charge of the Area Agency on Aging, and Joan Farquay, who is our chairman of the Commission on Aging. We are here and proud to present 5, I always get emotional, 5 honored people who have been so marvelous in their years of volunteering in our community, giving their emotions, their time, and their skill to our community. So I'm going to give a little brief bios of each one, and then we'll move on. Sharon Booth, could you come forward, please, Sharon? Sharon Booth is a dedicated community leader whose work with the Friends of the El Dorado Hills Library has made a lasting impact on local programs and resources. Since 2011, she has contributed thousands of volunteer hours, helping develop programs, manage book donations, and sales efforts that support the library. She also trains and coordinates teams of volunteers, ensuring that these efforts continue to thrive. Sharon's leadership and commitment have helped strengthen the library as a vibrant community hub. Congratulations. Our next nominee is Kathy Adams. There you are, Kathy. Good morning. Kathy Adams is a compassionate and dependable volunteer who plays a vital role in supporting the Grizzly Flats community, particularly through her work with the local food bank. She helps coordinate food distribution efforts and ensures residents in need have consistent access to essential resources. Known for her reliability and generosity, Kathy often goes above and beyond to support her neighbors. Her kindness and steady commitment make her an invaluable part of the community. Congratulations. Next is Judy Monasteer. Judy Monasteer is a dedicated volunteer whose decades of service span environmental education, senior support, and community enrichment. She has contributed many years to organizations like Sierra Wildlife Rescue, helping educate the public and support wildlife programs, while also assisting through senior nutrition services. Judy is also an active member of the Placerville Shakespeare Club, supporting scholarships and local initiatives. Her lifelong commitment reflects a deep dedication to improving lives across El Dorado County. Congratulations. Have to turn the page. John Marchant.
Yes.
John Marchant is a longtime volunteer with the El Dorado County Sheriff's STAR program, where he has spent nearly 2 decades serving his community. Through patrols, safety checks, and community outreach, he helps support the well-being of local residents. Even in his mid-90s, John remains active, attending meetings and volunteering at events. His friendly nature and continued dedication make him a respected and inspiring presence in the community. Congratulations. And Gary Campbell. How are you, Gary? Hey, there we go. Come on up. All right. Gary Campbell is a lifelong El Dorado County resident and dedicated volunteer whose leadership has made a lasting impact across the community. As vice president and program director of the Sierra Community Access Television, he helps produce programming that highlights local stories and voices. A retired U.S. Air Force technical sergeant, sir, Gary also serves as president of the El Dorado County Veterans Alliance, supporting veterans and their families. His continued service reflects a strong commitment to community and volunteerism. Congratulations. And the winner is
I cannot imagine picking one out of those 5.
Yep.
Incredible, incredible contributions. Okay, drum roll. The winner is John Marchant.
Wow, that's tremendous.
And this certificate says you're the winner. You're very welcome. I would like to invite everyone who is here for the Senior of the Year award to join us downstairs for a reception. At this time, we have a brunch set up for you. And do we have time for a small photo op?
Sure. Yeah. Let's do a group photo with all the nominees and the winner, all of them? Okay.
Could we have all the nominees up front, please? All the nominees up front.
We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess so that we can do this and everybody can do their thing.
Oh, that's good.
Okay? Okay, thank you. Welcome back to our meeting. We're going to ask for item number 27. We have a very special and important appointment that we'd like to make. It'll just take a couple minutes, then we'll start with our public hearing. So item number 27, Ms. Dawson?
Item number 27 comes from Human Resources Department, recommending the board appoint Casey Smith to the position of Chief Probation Officer effective May 30th, 2026.
And I'd like to welcome Mr. Carusco from Human Resources. He's our director. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. It's good to see you all. Yes, I'm very pleased to present this item today. I wanted to start by thanking some of our stakeholders who worked on drafting a new MOU between the county and the court. Some of our board members, Sue, Dave, myself, we were on a small committee to draft an MOU. We worked closely with a couple judges and the court executive officer, Shelby, to create a new MOU. It was a really nice working group and the collaboration was excellent. The recruitment to fill behind our previous chief probation officer started shortly after his departure, which I believe was last fall. Casey Smith has been the interim since that time. We launched a recruitment that started February 16th of this year, and it ended on March 15th of this year. So it was open for a month. We had 17 applications received. Our top 5 candidates were invited to in-person interviews. We had a great panel. We had 2 great panels, actually. The first one was Jim Deal from HHSA, Sheriff Lykoff, Terry Monteroso, the public defender, and Vern Pearson, the district attorney, were on that first panel. Then the following day, we had panel number 2, and on that panel, it was myself, Judges McLaughlin and Mayberry from the court, Sue, our CAO, and Shelby, the court CEO, were on that panel. And at the end of all of that, we referred our top 2 candidates to the board. You had the honor to meet both of them, and at the end of that process, Casey Smith, our interim chief probation officer, came out on top. So with that, I'm very happy to recommend that she be appointed as our new permanent chief probation officer. A little bit about Casey. She has a master's degree from Marshall University in criminal justice and corrections. She's been with the county probation department since January of 2010. And I think she's here now. So if I'm saying anything that's incorrect, she'll correct me. She's ready for the challenge, and it's my pleasure to recommend her appointment at step 2 of the salary range. It's just outlined in the staff report, and that would go into effect if the board appoints Casey today on May 30th of this year. So with that, I see Casey's got a lot of support here, and she's here too in case the board has any questions.
All right, board, do you have any questions for Mr. Carusco at this time?
No, ma'am.
No.
Okay, and would you like to hear from our soon-to-be, hopefully,
Yeah,
Chief Probation Officer, Ms. Smith? Would you come forward, please?
definitely.
We're very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, CAO. It has been my honor to serve as a probation officer in El Dorado County for the entirety of my career. Thank you for trusting me and believing me to lead an outstanding public safety agency. Having the opportunity to live and work in a community that not only values public safety but prioritizes it is truly a blessing. All of your support and communication over the past 9 months is appreciated, and it continues to make all the difference in the success of our department and making a healthy El Dorado County. I will continue to strengthen probation's relationship and reputation with all of our partners and capitalize on collaborative efforts to keep our community safe. This county is a special place to work and live, and the probation department intends on contributing to all the ways that keeps it that way. To all of the department, especially those here today, I'm so proud to be on your team. You are an exceptional group of officers and professionals with passion to make real change. Thank you for the support and allowing to be here today to lead you to the next level. We are and will remain the best probation department in the state, and we are just getting started. Thank you all.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Any questions?
Questions, comments, or
Madam
shall
Chair,
we
let's-
make it official?
Let's make it official. I
Let's
would
do it.
move the appointment of Casey Smith. as our
Second.
new
Okay.
probation officer.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Questions on the motion?
No, I just think Casey's going to do a fine job. I really do.
Yeah. And can we make comments also, not just questions?
Yes, let's make
Just-
comments or questions.
I just want to say thank you. While you've been the interim, I have so appreciated your communication style, your collaboration with everyone. You've helped me understand issues in the department, and I've seen the collaboration amongst, not just your team, but the county as a whole, the collaboration, and I just love that. I always try to see things as a team effort regardless. And so thank you so much for stepping in and stepping up.
Thank you.
And what was very impressive was the fact that over these last 9 months, you would show up in our chambers and just listen to the board, just get a feel for how we do things and the types of issues that we're dealing with that had nothing to do with probation. So it really showed it demonstrated your dedication, and we know we made the right choice. So congratulations. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Ferrero being absent.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
All right, let's move on to our time-certain public hearings, and we will start with item number 30, which is the Department of Transportation. Ms. Dawson.
Item number 30 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation Maintenance and Operations Division recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing to receive public comment from all interested parties for or against the boundary revisions of the West Valley Village Zone of Benefit 98612, 2, make findings consistent with the county's policy and procedure guidelines for creation and administration of zones of benefit within the county service area, and 3, if there is no majority protest, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and welcome Ms. Hess, Administrative Analyst for Department of Transportation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hello, Board and CAO and County Council. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Elizabeth Hess, Department of Transportation with the Zones of Benefits Program. Today, we're here to discuss the request to revise the boundaries of the West Valley Village Zone of Benefit that is located in District 2. And so what we are looking at here is a zone that was formed, way back in 2006. The newest part of the area there is the East Ridge development. And that is currently being, that is, your board in 2023 formed the CFD 2023-1, which is the East Ridge CFD, to fund the construction of the certain major infrastructure improvements and to pay certain impact fees associated with the development project. In December of 2025, you adopted Resolution 176-2025 to amend the special tax formula, and that was adding the services to be authorized, adding more services to be authorized by the CFD, and it was primarily to facilitate the exit of their development from the zone of benefit. And so we received an application and all the supporting documents from the applicant, the landowners. Pursuant with Government Code 25217.2, the board may revise the boundaries of a zone of benefit, either by petition of property owners or board-initiated proceedings when determined to be in the public's best interest. As I said, we received our completed application. Staff has validated the information, and we are in support of this boundary revision request. And I'll remain here if you have any questions for me about the zone.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions? Anybody?
I just think it's a good thing. It really is, because these zone of benefits, there's a lot of these communities and homeowners don't pay a lot into these zone of benefits. And it takes a lot of time to accumulate to be able to do anything at all, to fix and repair the roads or drainage problems. So, and it just seems like to me, this is a better way, and so to help those people that they're going to form their own, and I think it's a great thing is what it is.
Thank you, Supervisor. Are there any questions or other comments? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hess.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 30. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Are there any members of the public in the room that would like to address the board on item number 30? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment for online participants. There's no public comment.
Oh, right. Then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'll bring it back to the board for action or further deliberation.
I'll make a motion that we approve what DOT's recommended.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Ferrero being absent.
Okay, excellent. We'll go ahead now and move on to item number 31, which is also a public hearing. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Ms. Dawson?
Item number 31 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board consider a request from the Lake Valley Fire Protection District to adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving the updated fire impact fee nexus study and increasing development impact mitigation fees.
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Stout, who's a Principal Management Analyst out of the CAO's office. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
Good morning,
you.
Board. Today's hearing is to consider a request to approve the updated fire impact nexus study, which also revises the fee for Lake Valley Fire. California Mitigation Fee Act allows for local governments to charge fees on new development to help offset the impact on public facilities and maintain service levels. Special districts cannot impose these fees directly, so they ask the Board of Supervisors to adopt and collect them on their behalf. Lake Valley Fire's current nexus study was approved in April of 2018, and the study incorporated an option for an annual inflation rate based on the percentage change on the consumer price index. The district never initiated those increases and had been collecting these fees, which were from a study in 2015, and it wasn't adopted until 3 years later. So staff going forward will work with the district to get them to use their CPI increases or adjustments as needed to keep them financially sustainable and align with current facilities and equipment costs. The proposed updated fees are included in the board item and also in Exhibit A of the resolution. And effective January 1, 2022, the act also requires all districts to update their nexus studies every 8 years. So they will be back at least in 8 years. If approved, the fees will take effect 60 days after the board adopts the resolution. So Chief McNamara and the district's consultant Dimitri are here if you have any questions, and that has everything that I have for you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stout. Are there any questions of Ms. Stout?
Nope.
No? Okay. As you mentioned, Chief McNamara is here with us. Chief, did you have anything you wanted to add or say at this point? If no? Okay. All right.
We were going to
Okay.
get you up here, but nope.
Sure. Okay, no problem. Chief McNamara is relatively new to Lake Valley Fire, and I will say that he fits right in and is well respected and is
Thank you.
just doing a great job.
Appreciate it. Yeah, for the record, John McNamara, Fire Chief for Lake Valley Fire Protection District. Just want to say thank you all for allowing us to get this before the board and pass. Lake Valley in the past has struggled with finances. We're in a great spot right now, and my goal as fire chief is to continue keeping us where we're at and improve for the future. With anticipated hopeful growth in certain areas, we're looking at a new fire station. Eventually, we're figuratively and literally outgrowing what we have right now. So we want to, instead of playing catch up, hopefully get in front of everything and prepare for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Any questions for the chief? All right, let's go ahead and open this up to public comment. Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 31. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're using Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members of the public that would like to address the board on item number 31? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further deliberation and or action. I would be very
I
happy
was
to
going to
go
ask
ahead
if
and,
you'd like to.
there you go. I'd be very happy to make the motion to approve the Nexus study and fee adoption for Lake Valley Fire
I will
District.
second that.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Ferrero absent.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations, Chief. Yeah. Yep.
We'll go ahead and call on item number 28, which comes out of the Chief Administrative Office. Ms. Dawson.
Item number 28 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board provide conceptual approval pursuant to Board Policy A3 to amend Chapter 5.10 of the County Ordinance Code, County Property Vending Licenses.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and welcome Ms. Franich here today. She's the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer out of the CAO's office. Welcome. Glad you're here.
Thank you. Good morning, board. For this item, we are requesting direction to consider changes to a portion of the county ordinance code. It's for vendors on county property. These licenses apply whenever an outside vendor would like to locate temporarily on county property. And some departments and programs over the past years have expressed a need to allow vendors such as food trucks on county property temporarily for an event. Currently, this ordinance requires a request for proposals or another competitive process and is geared more toward those longer term contracts. So it's quite a process. And we would like to explore ways to keep the process minimal for shorter term uses, such as for events. So with direction today, we will review the ordinance in more depth and look at some draft changes, work with county council, and return to the board with some suggested or recommended changes.
Excellent. Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions of Ms. French? Okay. Supervisor Barlin.
And I don't know if it's so much questions. Well, I don't know who to ask the questions to. Can you elaborate? Okay, I'm just keeping it real. I have a little bit of deja vu, PTSD from the last time the county delved into a food truck on county property. It went very badly. And I can't remember what year it was, so I can't remember who was on the
I
board.
think it was 2023. I think
Okay.
I was newly
Okay.
coming on.
So I want to avoid that type of situation again. And I don't know how to do that conceptually to give, so you're aware of what happened out there at HLP. Can't have that happen again. So how do we craft an ordinance that's for countywide property when our parks are county property? I mean, we really need to do this carefully and thoughtfully so that we don't have another situation like that. I cannot tell you how many hours of staff time and my time and community time to navigate that situation that we inadvertently created. We had good intentions and it went very badly. So I think I had to bring a couple board items on that topic. It was not good. So I guess that's my cautionary tale of this needs to be done really well. And I think that it needs to be vetted by many people to make sure that we're not missing, that we don't have a blinder somewhere, because I think that's what happened last time. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, and I know this is just conceptual, but wow, I can't do that again to anyone. It was awful. I can't tell you guys. I had to have meetings with the community and staff and bring things back to the board, and it was awful. I think we had people in tears and upset. It was very bad. So I am having a little bit of PTSD. It was very bad. And again, it was well-intentioned. And that's the problem when we change ordinances. Anytime we make any change to an ordinance, it's never not happened. There is an unintended consequence. So I just think that we need to make sure that we have lots of angles and eyes on it. And I'm so sorry to keep going on, but that was a horrible experience for me. And I don't want anyone to have to do that again. So please know that.
Okay, yes, understood. And I remember that as well. And we don't want to create more problems.
Correct.
So we can look into maybe noting, particular areas of the county that this would apply to. We can come up with options, and we'll definitely make sure we engage with the board.
Yeah, because do you have like
right direction?
Is there specific requests that you have that you're trying to address? Is that what it is? So that we could have specific locations maybe, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That might be able to help.
And for the most part, honestly, it's been requests to have a food truck for like a staff related event. So not so much parks to serve the public, although that's an option, but we could also try to veer away from that if that's where we want to go.
Understood. Okay.
And I think Madam CAO, would you like to?
Yeah, I just
Join
want
in?
to add on. I know Jennifer, we both lived through that that scenario. And in my time with the county, we've also been through several other sort of food truck escapades, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
It is a challenge because on the one hand, we often get staff or people saying, why can't we have a food truck come to the county offices, and that'd be great. We wouldn't have to go anywhere. It's often not very profitable. So we end up going through this protracted process to get somebody here, and then find out that after a few months, it's not working for them. So the goal, as Jennifer said, is really to streamline the process, but then we can do that while at the same time sort of balancing all these other considerations of, impact that it might have on the community, other local businesses, things like that. So I think we can definitely do a couple of different tracks. We can include if the concern is specifically about parks, and county council had a good suggestion, maybe we include the Parks and Recreation Commission in sort of, review of some of those licenses. But I think we can do a kind of a long-term license track where it's more of a permanent situation versus event-centered temporary situations. So I think we have a good awareness of some of the issues. And then the purpose of this, like we said, is get that conceptual approval. When we come back, you'll have options. And if it's not right the first time we bring it back, we'll keep bringing it back until it's right. So.
Yeah. And just want to tag on to that. And this is off the top of my head. I saw this item and I kind of freaked out. I think I kind of just said, I'm not going to look at it. I don't know what it was, but it was, anyway, I know that's silly, but that's kind of what happened. My recollection too was we were reminded on another situation that came up. It wasn't HLP, it was something else. I believe in the city of Placerville, food trucks are kind of banned or something in certain situations. I don't know what it was, but that was brought to our attention on another request. So I think it would depend on which facility, and there's just a lot here. And I appreciate you bringing up the fact that the county has been through past iterations, and it's just not as straightforward as we'd all like it to be. And yeah, the RFP and all those things just makes it quite awkward and burdensome.
other questions, comments?
Or we could say no, but no, we won't do that. Let's figure it out. I'm sorry.
So, Ms. Franich, when you take on something like this, do you look at like what neighboring, what the city of Placerville may or may not have in place, city of South Lake Tahoe, kind of see what other people are doing and see if what
Yes.
applies?
Yes, that's, oh, we always, if someone has something that's working really well, then we will steal whatever parts of it we we can find.
Very good.
So yes, we will look at what the surrounding areas are doing and try to look at whether they've had success or if they've had problems with.
Okay, that would be great. Yeah, I know I was part of an ordinance with the city of South Lake Tahoe, and you get that immediate, hey, I have to have a commercial kitchen, I have to have all these permits, I have brick and mortar, I have my overhead, and then you have like this food truck that's costs $20,000 that rolls up and takes, a portion of the demand. And so I think the city of South Lake Tahoe came up with a good ordinance that's been working because, restaurants and tourism is a big part of what we do. So
Yep.
we found a way to kind of make it work. And what I'm recalling is it's a requirement that they move on. They can't just plop in one place like you experienced.
Yeah.
So there's ways of doing it and still allowing them to have that option, because eventually they sometimes do grow into brick and mortar and they elevate their business, from a truck to an actual restaurant. And that's kind of, if that's what they want, that works out well for everybody. So something to think about, but thank you for taking a look at this. And here's the Kleenex for the PTSD.
The
Pass it
PTSD. I
down.
know. I'm like going, okay, we can do this. We can do it.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments, or I would entertain a motion at this point?
No, I'm not going to move it.
Madam Chair, I will move it for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Veerkamp. Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. There's a motion and a second. Any further comments or discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Ferrero being absent.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. We have a little time before our 11 o'clock time certain, so we can go ahead and move into closed session. Is that okay?
That works well for me. I do believe we may have some timing constraints on item number 1 that require it be heard later in the day, but we could certainly hear item number 2.
Oh, let's hear item number 2.
Perfect. All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and move into closed session. Thank you. Okay, great. Welcome back. We are back from closed session. And County Council, do you have anything that we need to report out today?
Yes, Madam Chair. On item 2, existing litigation titled Bradley Christian versus El Dorado County, which concerns operation of the Black Oak Mountain Vineyards. Settlement discussions remain ongoing, and in good faith furtherance of those discussions, Black Oak Mountain Vineyards has informed us that weddings and special events for the calendar year will conclude June 3rd, 2026. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on, please, to item number 32. This is a time-certain presentation, and Ms. Dawson, would you please read this item into the record?
Of course. Item 32 comes from Supervisor Parlin recommending the board receive and file a presentation provided by representatives of the Rural County Representatives of California on their strategic plan, legislative platform, and the work of their affiliated entities.
Excellent, thank you. And Supervisor Parlin, I know that RCRC is really near and dear to your heart. You have represented us so well on that board, and so I'm happy to turn this over to you and hear the presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, I've had the honor of representing El Dorado County since I got in office in 2019. RCRC is just an amazing one of them. You know, we talk about county families and stuff, and RCRC is one of those. Every year we go to a meeting, and it's called the County of the Chair, which is great. So, you know, I have now been to Modoc County, which I'd never been to before. So wherever our chair is, that wherever their county is, that's where we go. And so we're going, gosh, in June, the first week in June, we're going over to Mariposa County, and I think we get to do some Yosemite stuff perhaps. So I have been there before, but looking forward to it. All the fabulous advocacy work that RCRC does. And additionally, I think you guys have heard I have a passion for trash, meaning recycling and environmental services. And so I took my assignment to heart and I don't know if I've missed any yet of RCRC has the Environmental Services JPA. And again, great advocacy work on some of that legislation, like the big SB 1383 that we kept talking about. And I was there when RCRC was and the ESJPA were like right in the thick of that with the red lines, trying to get the legislators to understand how unworkable it was. And I just really got to see how legislation does or doesn't work, I guess is the right word, and how important these advocacy groups, and I think we're all on an advocacy group or 2 or 3, these groups are really critical to making it so that our legislators understand that the counties, yes, we do the work, but we need them to make it make sense. And that's where I really appreciate all of this. So with that, I'd like to welcome up Marianne Warmerdam. And Marianne, forgive me, I cannot remember your title, so I will let you self-introduce.
Oh, I know the title. You are Vice President of Government Affairs.
Thank you.
X.
Oh, red, yep, on. I know. Red
Sorry.
means hot, danger, it's on. Hot mic.
Got it. Got it. Thank you for the clarification. And thank you for
Welcome.
inviting me to spend a few minutes with you today. My name is Marianne Wormerdam. I lead our government affairs team at RCRC, and we very much appreciate representing you and our other 39 counties. I believe we have a PowerPoint. Oh, great. Thank you. So how much time do I have? I'll try to be respectful. I could chat for hours. I don't expect you want me to chat for hours.
Yeah, you're our final item between us and lunch.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I will
please take as much time as
I
you.
will, I will keep that in mind.
We start
And
chewing on ourselves, you'll know.
I'll know I've overstayed my welcome. And if you have any questions as I go through, I'll try to do a top line and we can do any follow-up questions as they occur to you.
Sure.
So RCRC, as I noted, next slide, please, is an organization of 40 rural counties. Our board has defined rural as a county with a population under 600,000, which really shocks some of our counterparts in other states. And we have one of you
from each of our 40 counties. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for representing El Dorado County on our board. We have 4 divisions and we have 6 affiliates. 2 of the affiliates are connected with providing housing in rural areas. So why don't we move on to the next slide, please? So as part of our strategic plan, we have done an effort, made an effort at the direction of our board to do 2 things. One, to perform against our vision, which, as you'll see on this slide, is to be the premier advocate for rural California, our member counties, and service providers to our member counties. And as many of our counties will tell us, we try to do for them collectively what individual counties cannot do individually. And that's particularly true given the representation in the legislature, where rural California is probably not as well served as some of our folks would like. I think about the roughly 22 representatives we have out of the 120 members. That's all of our 40 counties. That equals to roughly what Los Angeles County has in and of itself.
Yeah.
So it's just an interesting and dynamic to work with. One of the things that we do try to do in that effort is to, as you'll see, we have 4 major areas of interest, and our board has directed us to cross-pollinate, eliminate silos as much as we can as we try to move against all 4 of these areas. Let's go into the next slide, please. State and federal advocacy. That's my sweet spot. I've been doing federal and state advocacy for more years than I care to count, about 10 of them for RCRC, with a couple of breaks in between. Our priorities at the moment, I'd say our priority today as it relates to California is the effect of HR 1 implementation on our member counties. The governor's budget was not particularly sensitive to the concerns that we've expressed, particularly as it relates to indigent care. We have been working with our partners in the county family to identify a path forward that we think will provide us with an opportunity to do 2 things. One, to stay within a roughly $50 million total cost to the state, which, given the state's budget, is, I hate to say rounding error. 50 million is a lot of zeros. However, in the context of the state budget of roughly $350 billion, it is rounding error. And we're proposing a $50 million investment in a 2-year pilot project, which will essentially take us to the utility of Medi-Cal and keeping individuals within that structure, but with some flexibility. And please don't ask me too many details. I can give you some detail if you're interested, but I'm not the subject matter expert. We're blessed with Sarah Duquette, who has really spent a lot of time trying to sort through how we can best protect our counties against the costs of 17,000 code section requirements for our counties. The other area, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about particular policy areas, happy to answer any questions, has to do with forest resiliency. And how do we do a better job protecting our communities from the threat of wildfire? And that's another area where we're concerned that the state budget that's being proposed for 26-27 is not doing right by our investment in forest resiliency. We have depended upon the GGRF funds, and there's been a lot of press on that funding right now, particularly in light of some of the changes that CARB is forecasting with respect to dollars coming into that fund. We're going to advocate to continue to invest at least $200 million into forest resiliency, but like so much of what we do, it's a bit of a slog. It's a technical term, and we're really not sure where this is going to land. We should know a lot more in a couple of weeks when we have a better feel where the legislature and the governor decide to land as it relates to the state budget for the out years. Another area that I just want to touch upon, because I know it's something that El Dorado County has looked at with some concern, is how do we manage our species, our predatory species in particular? Wolves have hit the headlines of late, but it's not just wolves, it's mountain lions, it's coyotes, and trying to find the right spot for where the intersection of human communities and the management of these species intersect. We are encouraged with the conversations we've had with the new director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Director Hurdle has been visiting with some of the counties that have experienced some of these predations, and she seems much more open to looking at different approaches than her predecessor was. But we do have a high bar with respect to how can we manage for these species. Fundamentally, let me flip over to the federal side for a moment. We are advocating with the administration to reinstitute the executive order to delist wolves from the federal species list. With that, we know that it will likely be taken to court and likely be overturned, but it will give us a moment in time where we can start pressing within the state on different strategies to manage the wolf population. I was just reading this morning, there's a female, she's been seen in Sequoia National Park, which is down in Tulare County, and she's looking for a mate. She finds one, we know what's going to happen to the pack presence in Tulare County, and so the wolves are moving farther south. And farther south also means greater interactions between communities and livestock. So we've got a bit of a task ahead of us. One of the things I did want to call out with respect to how our board addresses some of these contemporary issues is our ad hoc. We have an ad hoc that is focused on recruitment and retention, knowing how difficult it is for our small counties to recruit and retain professional staff. We have a predatory species management ad hoc, and that, as I've just alluded to, focuses on what can we do to provide policy direction to better manage the interactions. And we also have a SGMA ad hoc. And the SGMA ad hoc is probably our newest ad hoc. I think, in fact, it is our newest ad hoc. And we're looking at what can we do not to reopen SGMA. I think that's probably a bridge too far in terms of legislative opportunities, particularly if we go into a drought year next year. That raises some of the challenges with respect to reopening at the SGMA ad hoc, or sorry, the SGMA criteria. However, we do know that for some of our very small counties, the reporting requirements are very burdensome, and we think that there's an opportunity to release those burdens by separating out how often the medium and low priority basins need to report out. I spent some time managing a water district, so I have some ideas about how SGMA does or doesn't work. Happy to talk about that later if there are any questions. Yes, ma'am.
Mary, what does SGMA stand for again?
Sustainable Groundwater Management Act.
Right, and the only reason I'm making sure everybody is aware of that is because the Tahoe Basin with Lake Tahoe and stuff, that's the only SGMA, area in our county. And we do talk about that at the water agency about if we could somehow get to the point where it's silly that we have to do these reports for Lake Tahoe. It just doesn't make sense. And so to your point, rather than opening up the legislation, let's see if we can make the reporting make more sense. So our county is interested in helping with that effort if we can. So
yeah, we've been having some preliminary conversations with DWR, and they are open to trying to find an administrative path forward. So we're working on that. It may slow down a little bit because we're looking at the end of an administration.
Yeah.
And folks tend not to move as fast, interestingly enough, when we're looking at administrations changing. I think it's probably human nature, but anyway, I've got some ideas about that as well.
Thank you for that.
Yes. Why don't we move on? I won't belabor the advocacy component. I mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, that we have two housing affiliates, Golden State Finance Authority, which focuses on in-state help to provide affordable housing options for individuals interested in living in rural areas. And then we have a federal or national affiliate, National Home Buyers Fund, which is focused on, I want to say, 3 states right now. One in the Midwest, I want to say, I should know this, I apologize, I believe it's Oklahoma, and Washington State is another one where we've had a presence, and we're looking to state of Texas as well. Since 1993, we've helped 644 individuals in El Dorado County find a home and provided $4.7 million in down payment assistance. Why don't we move to the next slide, please, Kim? What I think is interesting about Golden State Finance Authority, it has also provided an assist-to-own program for county employees. And that's been pretty popular. We'd like to see more than 2 employees out of El Dorado County, but nonetheless, it's nice to see almost every one of our counties taking advantage of it and using it as a way to recruit and retain. It's a very flexible program. We work with real estate agents and banks in our various counties to reach out into the communities that might best be served by this kind of a program. Next slide, please. One of the other affiliates we have is Golden State Connect Authority. This was stood up by our board several years ago to take advantage of some of the largesse coming from the state and the feds as it related to broadband deployment. It's a bit of a slog. It's an ongoing program. The CPUC has not always been as quick in helping us move forward as we would like. However, on a positive note, a couple weeks ago, we did have, in Hamilton City, which is in Glenn County, we laid our first fiber. So we had a groundbreaking ceremony to celebrate that. And frankly, we've done more in this space with relatively limited funds versus the Department of Technology and their middle mile program, which seems to have a hard time finding that middle mile to invest in. With that, we've got about $190 million of investment from various sources, FFA funds in particular, and we're working with Utopia and its affiliates out of Utah who have experience in developing a fiber infrastructure in rural areas. Next slide, please. Golden State Natural Resources. This is one of my favorites, to be honest. And we love all our children, of course, but this is one of my personal favorites. It was stood up a number of years ago for the express purpose of doing what we can to take advantage of private, state, and federal funding to stand up a facility or a program to allow us to take some of the overburden out of the forest, the fuel, and put it to a marketable use. We've shifted as the economy and markets have shifted. We originally started looking at industrial sized pellets, which were very hot market several years ago. It was viewed as a drop-in replacement, roughly speaking, for coal and countries that were looking to meet their Paris Climate Accord obligations. We're looking to have these industrial sized pellets as an alternative fuel source to coal. That market has shifted. It's no longer as interesting and as economically viable as it was several years ago. So now we're looking for opportunities to establish biomass and or a chipping approach that can be used for a variety of industrial type purposes, like wood laminated timber and the like.
Yep.
We're trying to be as market driven and as nimble as we can be. We're going through the CEQA process right now. We've had a lot of comments. We expect that some of our friends in the environmental community will eventually litigate because they're very unhappy, my view, with the idea of touching the forests at all. But as you can see from this photo, that is just one of the piles in the Modoc forest that has accumulated as we've tried to take out the fuel load and without a good place to put it. So we are hopeful that we get through the CEQA process in the next 6 to 12 months. You'd think we could do some of this stuff a little quicker, but don't seem to be able to. And we are, in the meantime, we are working with private investors who have an interest in working with us to utilize this fuel for productive purposes. We're working with the U.S. Forest Service to allow for long-term contracts. Right now, the Forest Service is a little hesitant, but we found with this current administration, they're a lot more interested in trying to find long-term contract opportunities. So we're in a very active conversation right now with them. And between that and the interest we're receiving from the private sector, we feel pretty hopeful that we'll have something productive in the next couple of years. But still, it's going to be a 2-year. My experience tells me it's going to be at least a 2-year time frame before we get really active in this space. Next slide, please. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for your leadership with ESJPA. This is one of our oldest affiliates. It's been around for some 40 years or so, and it was stood up originally to help Koopas achieve their goals. Over the years, it has morphed into an entity that provides policy guidance on solid waste writ large, both into the regulatory as well as the legislative arenas. And one of my colleagues runs the ESJPA as the executive director. And another one of my colleagues does all the lobbying, both on the regulatory side and the legislative side, primarily within state as it relates to what we call trash issues.
Yeah.
And we like to think that we are pretty conversant in all things trash as it relates to rural areas and our ability to meet some of the more ambitious goals that Cal Recycle has put forward. Next slide, please. Our new, well, not our newest entity, but our newest and reinvigorated entity is Rural Advancement Institute. This is a 501c3. It was reinvigorated by the board approximately 3 years ago, and it has a twofold mission. One is to provide funding for research in areas that, frankly, we hear a lot of anecdotal information around, but we don't have hard data. RAI's mission is to work with academic institutions. We worked with CSU Sacramento, UC Santa Barbara, to work with the academics to give us data to support some of the concerns that we've been hearing from our board members. To date, our most recent research project, has to do with fire and EMS capacity in rural counties. UCSB, as I mentioned a moment ago, we did some work in housing in terms of what are the impediments to housing in rural counties, and that was done by Sacramento State. And then our original project was with UCSF, having to do with healthcare workforce and how can we continue to advance improved healthcare in rural California. The second component of RAI's work are educational tours. We've done several now, and most folks who work in this space want to bring legislators out into whatever area they're interested in. We've taken a bit of a different approach. We're working with chiefs of staff. And people say, well, why the chiefs of staff? They're staff. Yes, but staff stays around. And a chief will move from one member to another member to another member. And we're hopeful, and so far, early indications that the investment in the chiefs is beginning to pay off in terms of some sensitivities around the policy issues affecting rural California. This is a long-term endeavor, both of these are, and RAI is dependent upon sponsorships and funding from the private sector. Right now we have the Nomalaki tribe out of Tehama County and PG&E as two of our biggest sponsors. And we're working to develop several more. Don't want to release who that is yet because we're still in conversation, but we're hopeful. And we're very excited that this will give us a different way to advocate in a competent and sustainable way in terms of both long-term relationships and research data that we can use. And I think that is the end of my official presentation. So I hope I didn't take too much of your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions or get back to you with the information if I don't have it at hand.
No, that was a great pace, I think. It was easy to
Yes.
follow, and you let us interrupt a little bit on the way. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
And that, I think, is a brilliant strategy, actually, to switch over to the relationships with the chiefs of staff. I mean, the relationship with the legislators is important, but you're right. We've seen it over and over again. Those staff members are there forever, and they do help guide their legislators. So I think I've noticed it on other committees too, where that is starting to happen, that realization that we got to look at this for long term. None of these things happen quickly. So, yeah.
Now, if a legislator was interested in joining us, of course,
Yes.
we would invite that individual to join us as well. We have also had some success with cabinet level members. We've had CDFA, CNR, Resources Agency, and Cal EPA leadership join us on a couple of these as well. Again, those of us who work in Sacramento, none of us seem to go away very quickly. So again, we look at them as good long-term investments in individuals.
Very good. And then just real quick, the one thing I did want to mention, the relationship, I think, between RCRC and CSAC has really greatly improved over the last few years in my mind, and appreciate, because you mentioned HR1 right off the top, and that's an effort that I've appreciated seeing all of us come together on. And Graham, because I'm the alternate on CSAC, so I get his text. I think everybody gets the text messages, and just really appreciate you guys working together on some of those bigger detrimental, quite honestly, issues. There will be nobody probably in the state of California that won't be touched by this somehow. If not themselves, they will know someone. So that's a big deal. And I appreciate you guys working together on these things.
Yeah, it's been an interesting conversation but I think we're in a very good space right now. CSAC has set the umbrella, and we're working with CMSP, because so many of our member counties are CMSP members, to strike a path forward looking at indigent care and how indigent care fits under the umbrella. The Hospital Association is doing somewhat similarly. And we're hopeful that as we go forward, make our pitch for the individual components and how they fit into the overall plan, that we will be successful in persuading the legislature that a zero investment is not a good place to be, because counties just are going to fail. And it's not because you can't do your job. It's just the costs involved. There's just not enough freeboard in the budgets to take that on.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say, we have a good relationship with the Forest Service in El Dorado County now, which is really a good thing. Dave Fournette has been really great to work with, and the letters that I've sent back to Washington, D.C., the USDA and the Forest Service. So they just, and we sent a letter back also through the Water Agency and myself supporting the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill just passed on April 30th, 2026. The House of Representatives got to go through the Senate right now, but Fix Our Forest Act bill is included into that, is what it is. So hopefully that'll help do that. Also, the Forest Service is going to be centrally located here in El Dorado County throughout the whole state. Some of the things that I've been pushing, and we also, the nursery is going to do an expansion of the nursery, the Plashville Nursery will be doing a 1.5 more, I think, million trees is what it is they're going to plant. So this is a great thing. We're working on it. And the biggest thing is we got to do it because we spend $3.1 billion in fire suppression per year in the state of California on an average. And we need to get away from that. And the best way to do that is we just need to maintain our forests like we manage our gardens. That's what we need to do. So So we have a good relationship and things are moving forward. And like you're talking about cross-laminated lumber, Lori and I visited up in Plumas County, and it was great. Shear Institute has done a great job up there. They really have. And we're trying to get them here because Dave Hornet has reached out to them, Jonathan, and talking to Zach to see what they can do here in our county to help the Forest Service. So things are moving forward is what it is, and it's a great thing. And that cross-laminated lumber, pine is in the tank, but that cross-laminated lumber, they can use the pine to do this. And I think it's a great, especially building these small homes or especially buildings and stuff. So, and they've got 2 facilities they built already that's in Oregon. They used to import it all from Canada, and they're not doing that anymore. So now there's, and I hope that we can bring something here to the county to make this county thrive for the future, especially bringing jobs and things out here too. So anyway.
Yeah, to support what you're doing here, we're working with the community colleges to set up technical training because we've lost a lot of our experienced loggers or folks who've managed in the forest. So we're working with the community college system to set that program up. We have a conversation with Natural Resources Agency. There's some $80 million of funding that they have available to reinvest in things like perhaps biomass. So we're in active conversations with them about that. And I'm more hopeful today than I was maybe 4 or 5 years ago that we're slowly but surely getting to a point where we've identified and conceded that our past management practices were not so successful.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things, we're working on a mill. I want to bring a mill back to El Dorado County, and there is grant funding that's there. We just got to work through it and make it happen, because I think it's going to be great, especially when we used to have over 100 mills at one time in this county, you know, and now we're down to what? 1 planing mill is what it is.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. So
Yeah, it's been just on that point. There's a measure by Assemblymember Rogers that's being kicked around. And regrettably, it'll be on the assembly floor next week, I believe, with respect to demonstration forests and the facility in Humboldt County, which allows for logging and has an active mill, would be shut down if Mr. Rogers' measure moves forward. We've been very unhappy with his approach, and we've been working actually with UCANR because they've done some great work on these demonstration forest sites on the 5 that we have in the state, and we really don't want to see those go away. If we're sincere about having science inform how we manage our forests, we need to look at different strategies, and the demonstration forests allow us to do that, including logging and supporting mills.
right, exactly.
So but our friends, some of our friends don't see it quite that way, and their ambitions lie elsewhere. But with that, doesn't mean we don't try to educate in terms of what alternatives there are out there.
Right, exactly, because we don't want to end up losing a bunch of homes again, especially what happened in the Caldor fire and the mosquito fire too. So
Yeah, and one of the things that has been regrettably helpful,
Yeah.
Palisades in Eaton.
right.
Not that I would wish that on anyone, and please don't misunderstand me, but it has focused members of the legislature on the risk of the wildland interface areas in a way that, when it was just up in the north,
Yeah, right.
but now it's like, oh dear.
Yeah.
It's not just up in the north. So
Yeah.
it's been helpful in that regard. I regret the suffering that
It just
folks have
woke 'em
got
up
to.
is what it
just
did.
woke them up.
Yep.
Yeah. It's, like so much, a crisis opens our eyes and focuses our mind in ways that without it, we tend to be distracted.
Yeah, right.
Supervisor Vierkamp.
Yeah, so our rural hospitals are struggling financially. Throw in the seismic retrofit. Obviously, I think they had an exemption and the governor vetoed it. Is there any plan or discussion about what to do next? Because it's coming now.
Yeah. The short answer is the integrity of rural hospitals and hospitals writ large has only begun to be an area of conversation with the governor and the legislature. I think the first indication and the first time they really started focusing on it was when Madera closed, frankly.
Yeah.
And
That's a little late.
when,
Yeah.
pardon?
That's a little late.
A little late in the game. And even now, you know, I think it opened people's eyes in terms of what the reopening process and costs are. And even today, they do not have labor and delivery services.
Right.
So it's an indication of where a lot of these hospitals are going. We know that there are, and maybe to kind of mix the stew a little bit further, with HR1 implementation at the state level, we know there are 2 public hospitals in LA County that are perilously close to going into a failed situation. There are 2 in Santa Clara County. For rural California, that's not such a bad thing in the sense, again, like the fires, it opens people's eyes to what's going on in these public hospitals. Glenn County is moving forward to open up its hospital. It took a while to get CMS to reconsider its approach to how they were going to underwrite the mileage differential for Medicare patients, but I think we've made progress there. Inyo Bishop is having a hard time. So we've got too many examples that we're sharing, and it is penetrating, but I don't see a near-term easy solution.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying to be honest about
Sure,
where we are
sure.
right now. The upside, I will give you one bit of upside. The Rural Hospital Infrastructure Fund that Congress approved through HR1, we did get 1.8 billion, I believe it was, out of that, which is more than we expected. Texas got a bit more. We got second, which surprised me, frankly, because California is not always on the most favored nation list these days in Washington, D.C. And so it was nice to see us get more monies than we expected. What we don't know yet is how the state is going to divvy up those funds. So that's still something that we're working on.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
Other questions, comments? No? Well, we just want to thank you for your time and for being
Absolutely.
here with us. I think RCRC just has their fingers in a lot of different pots and necessary. I mean, when you think we have 58 counties that make up the state of California, and 40 of them are part of RCRC and under 600,000 population, you know, we're the majority with the minority voice. And
Mhm.
so thank you for elevating that voice in the manner in which you are. It's good stuff.
That's what we're here for. That's what our board is asking of us. So we're happy to serve.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
great.
and also I want to thank Supervisor Parman for representing El Dorado County. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you guys. It's been an honor and a privilege, really, truly it is. I've learned so much and it's been wonderful. I will truly miss it.
And we will miss you. She has led us in the development of a business plan to improve ESJPA's financial situation. And she's been a real solid leader for ESJPA. We'll miss having you depart.
Thank
Can't we
you.
change that?
Yeah, I
No,
know.
no.
Yeah, we have a charter here in our county.
Yeah,
so
I
it's too late.
understand that.
That ship has
I
sailed.
understand that. But we really appreciate your service to ESJPA.
Thank you.
So with that, thank you all for your time.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. And I think everyone here knows how to get a hold of us. Right. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Marianne.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. That was a presentation item, so no action. I think we cannot go back and deal with closed session item number 1 yet. We're going to have to take that after our 1 o'clock open forum and after our item 33.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and recess into lunch and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
Perfect.
Welcome back, El Dorado County. We are now on our 1 o'clock time allocation to take open forum. This is an opportunity for the public to comment to the board on any item that is not on today's agenda. Ms. Dawson.
For public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members in the room that would like to address the board at this time? Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name's Scott Chad. Just some observations, perhaps. I'm really happy to see the road repair and rehabilitation that's going on right now. It's wonderful. I know we have to sit there for a while, but the work is really needed, and we're glad to see that it's happening. I think that it's important that, you know, of the 3,500 or so elections officers in the United States, the Constitution gives the elections to the states, and I would hope El Dorado County has a wonderful elections office. I would hope that the federal government does not become involved in our elections. It would not be a good thing. I was in Washington, D.C. in the 70s, working with the Transportation and Housing Subcommittee. That group doesn't exist anymore, but I was working with Norm Mineta and other people at that time. The Democrats and the Republicans fought like cats in a gunny sack, and their anger and frustration and fury at one another was always expressed with courtesy and a realization of where they were and the office they occupied. And at the end of the day, no matter how hard they had gone at one another, they most often would come to a compromise and an agreement and be able to do something, because both sides realized that the whole purpose of them being there was to accomplish goals for the people. And, you know, the government has a monopoly on the use of coercion. And thank God for that. And thank God for the government, because absent the government, we have to try to resolve our disputes amongst ourselves. That never has a good outcome. So I would just hope that, you know, if I'm a liberal Democrat and you're a conservative Republican and we fight each other, we're not enemies. You know, the United States has plenty of enemies. We're just people who disagree. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on non-agenda items? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jan Melnico. I am a board member of NAMI El Dorado County, and which is part of Clubhouse El Dorado. And I'm here today with some members of Clubhouse El Dorado to give you a sense of their experience with Clubhouse El Dorado and share what impact it's had on their lives. I have been involved with El Dorado County NAMI for almost 20 years now. And I've been in front of various Board of Supervisors, multiple directors of mental health, behavioral health. And I have to say, within the 20 years, Clubhouse is the program that has my heart. And so today we invited some of our members to tell you exactly why this is making such an impact on the community of El Dorado County. So with that, we'll give them a chance. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Linnea. I've been a member of Clubhouse El Dorado since August of 2024. Before the Clubhouse, I recently was incarcerated. I lost my kids and I was suicidal. Before the Clubhouse, because of the Clubhouse, I regained my confidence, giving purpose. And today I get excited to wake up and be a part of the Clubhouse. I continue pursuing my goals. I'm motivated and I'm a better person to chase my dreams. And I wouldn't be here without the Clubhouse and their support. The Clubhouse helps support me in getting a job. They help me in housing, looking for housing. I'm grateful for the Clubhouse. Without the Clubhouse, I really wouldn't be standing before you today. I would not. I had a plan. I really did. I did not want to be here anymore. Not having my kids in this world, being homeless. The Clubhouse really changed my life for the better. They give you support and they help you. They are the best place to be. Walking through those doors, it's just phenomenal. Their employees just embrace you in more ways than one, and they help you become a better person and a better version of yourself. They help you with helping get back into society, with getting you a job, helping you find housing, wasn't very good at getting to my appointments. I get to my appointments now. I'm getting to my mental health appointments. I'm seeing all my mental health. I see psychiatry, which I never did before. They're great. I love the Clubhouse of El Dorado, and I really, really want to keep those doors open. That's a good place to have for everybody.
Thank you.
One of the things that we do ask in this room is that we don't applaud or boo anybody because we want everybody to feel comfortable saying whatever they need to say to us. So we would appreciate if you would comply with that. Thank you. And welcome, sir.
Hi, my name's Robert Dinwiddie. I've been with the Clubhouse for almost a year. I got out of prison. Before I went to prison, I was on a bad road. And when I got out, I was almost on that same bad road again until I found the Clubhouse of El Dorado. It's really changed my life in many ways than one. They're there for me. It gives me a reason to wake up every morning and have something to do. They've taught me so much. They have so many different groups I go to, and the resources that they have is just great. I now got a job working because of the Clubhouse of El Dorado, getting me that motivation and helping me find the tools to get where I need to be. And with that being said, I love the Clubhouse El Dorado with all my heart, and I just want to thank them for everything they've done. It's such a good place, and I would hate to see those doors close. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, or thank you. I'm Krista Avalotis. So when I first heard about the Clubhouse, I was living at the Navigation Center and I was homeless. After making a few bad choices, I landed at the clubhouse and I was afraid, alone, sleeping in my car. Being at the clubhouse has given me a sense of home. And with friends, I become like my family. Since being at the clubhouse, I have been able to use a computer lab and multiple resources. I was able to regain or get my temporary disability, and I've been sober for 6 months. And so now I'm housed. And I've been able to reconnect with members and make meaningful relationships. And Clubhouse overall has just given me a sense of purpose and a want to be, I want to be alive and to be somebody in society again and to just be helpful. I put myself through the peer support training and hopefully I can regain or gain a job helping others like myself. It would be really a shame to see the doors close because a lot of members and people have gained a lot of experience and a lot of hope from having the hope from Clubhouse. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name's Heather Collins. I've been a member of Clubhouse since December of 24. I too started there on an ankle monitor probation. I am now 9 months sober, and I isolated, not just in my home, but in my bedroom for 4 years. And since starting Clubhouse, I've gained friendships, acknowledgement of likeness. We're all dealing with different mental illness, but together, we're there together. And it is a safe place for me. And I have now regained possibly a new safe home to go to. Just had knee surgery, so looking into work. It's my second family. And I would really, I'm nervous talking, but I would really hate to see the doors close. It would be life-threatening in a way, go back to isolating. And thank you for your time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Welcome.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Mike Todd. I'm here on behalf of Clubhouse, obviously. I didn't have anything prepared for you guys for 3 minutes. It was a little difficult for me trying to write down exactly how I felt. So I'm just to speak to you guys from the heart right now. Before I was diagnosed, I was living the typical American dream, as close to it as I could. I was fairly successful. I just got promoted. I was at my job at that time for about 15 years. I'd had my house for about 10. I was going on 10 years or so of marriage. I had a young son, and my mental illness kicked in when the bottom dropped out on me. I was my ex-wife divorced. It was an ugly child custody battle. I had lost that job that I'd had. I lost my place. I lost my vehicle, and I found myself completely at rock bottom, and I had absolutely no idea what was going on. Not only had my physical world around me collapsed, but my mental health took a dive as well. I didn't know how to react to the situation whatsoever. The way I was raised, there was no such thing as mental health illnesses. It was like, you handle business, you get over it, you get past it. So this was extremely difficult for me to reach out to even understand what I had because I had been very late to be diagnosed with anything. I had no idea what was going on with me. I was scared. I was lost. I was confused. I was hurt. I felt abandoned by the world and by myself. I felt like I had let myself down and I didn't know how to confront this challenge. Very shortly after this, I found myself unhoused here in Placerville. I was desperate. I didn't know what to do. I found myself at the navigation center, trying to get my life back together because as much as I wanted to harm myself, I know that my higher power is here for me and I have a young son to continue raising. I had obligations that I needed to meet. So from that point in time at the navigation center, through a friend, I was able to find Clubhouse. Once I found Clubhouse, there was no letting go. This place was incredibly warm to me from the beginning. They offered me community of like-minded individuals that have gone down similar paths as I did, and they understood exactly where I was coming from. There was resources there. There was an incredibly warm staff that understood exactly where I was coming from and knew how to talk to me. They knew how to help me proceed in my journey to recovery. I am completely grateful to every single second that I've spent at that place. I was going there 9 to 5 every single day until I was able to get myself motivated enough. And this place brought me self-worth and purpose and everything that I needed and I was missing at that point in time. And it got me to a point where I was extremely confident. I was out there. I was hitting everything I could as far as work and employment and getting myself off the street. I was able to get employment. At this point in time, I've done some certifications in different classes. I'm a mental health worker myself. I'm actually on my break right now. Come here and talk on behalf of Clubhouse. This place is needed in this community. There's so many more people that are needing this facility to remain open.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Paula, and I'm proud to be a member of Clubhouse El Dorado. Wow, how do I even begin? I retired 2 or 3 years ago and thought it would be great, and it wasn't great. And I began to isolate, and self-confidence was so low. I'd always worked, so then I didn't have any purpose, you know. Husband's self-sufficient, the kids are gone. So I really struggled for months, and my psychiatrist eventually gave me a pamphlet. I didn't even know anything about Clubhouse, and for about a month or two, I didn't really look at it. And one day I got desperate enough, and I went in and asked for an interview. They showed me the place. I felt this is a place for me right now, where I am right now in my life. This is where I need to be. I had debilitating shakes when I first came to the Clubhouse, where I couldn't even hold a pen because my medicines were so crazy. So I was accepted. I didn't feel weird there that I shook, because other people shake. Some do, some don't. I don't know what a family will do. If I believe that in any family, there's probably 1 or 2 members that maybe have a little bit of mental illness in there. And I don't think the population knows what's available out there. And this place is a great start, or an interim after you've left the hospital or whatever, and you need to get back into society. It's soft, it's gentle, it's not, you need to do this now. I eventually found work. I eventually got better. I have friends now in the Clubhouse. Gives me something to do on those long days. And I would be absolutely mortified if this place closed. The amount of people that are out there that can use our services is just astronomical. And I believe everybody sitting here might have someone in their family or in their distant that had a problem. And there was a day and age where you didn't do anything about it. And they do things like isolate and kill themselves and hurt other people and all that. So what they're doing here in El Dorado County is extremely important. And I appreciate you listening to me. And that's my bell. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Tom Coltra, proud member of NAMI. I've been with them since January, I believe, of this year. And before then, I was just like anyone else. I was isolating. I'd go to work and then I'd go home. I didn't have anybody hang out with. And I lost my job, lost my living situation, and I threatened to jump off the Highway 50 bridge. Something in me clicked to call for help, I believe is higher power. And it led me to the Clubhouse. And I have to say, I didn't know that there was this type of family community still in our, in society. I didn't know that there's a place where you can go and you are welcome no matter who you are, what you are. It's amazing. I've been going to NAMI every day. It's helped me out so much. And now I'm not an isolator. I'm actually getting out into society. And I believe that more people need to be given that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome.
I'm Jeff. I'm like probably one of their newest members there. And the Clubhouse has been really awesome for me. I came there out of a relationship that my girlfriend broke up with me. So I was in a lot of depression, and I came there, a friend referred me there, and when I got there, everybody welcomed me with open arms, you know, and they were really happy to want to help me, and that was something that I never experienced before. So, like, right at the first day, I had a lot of hope. I isolated a lot, and they told me to just come back, you know, and you'll notice the difference. And so I did, and I owe them so much because they've done nothing but give me solutions to my problems. Um, I found so much there. They've helped me with. I was in my first month there. They helped me with with not being homeless because I wasn't able to pay my rent and I would have been evicted. So they gave me the resources to help me pay my rent, help me find the resources to help me do that, which was like a miracle to me because I was so scared that I was going to be homeless. I didn't know what to do. I'm not built for that anymore. uh, and there was so much other things going on there that I felt like that I would be able to get involved in. Like, they got so much going on there for us to do. They got meetings, they got a weightlifting program, they got art classes, a lot of other stuff that I've taken advantage of. I wanted to learn how to use the computer, so I'm in the process of learning that right now for the first time in my life. Just so much it's done for me. And okay.
You have 30 seconds.
30-second warning, excuse me. Anyways, you know, I feel like it would be a good place for other people to come to and be a part of. It'd be quite a shame to this community if the doors were to shut or any funding be taken away because, you know, like I said, they've been solutions to all of my problems.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Destiny. My journey with Clubhouse started a little more than a year ago. I was mid-stride 4 years into a very abusive relationship. I got laid off from my job. There were tons of things going on in my life at that point. I started going and I had been isolating. I was on the edge of suicide. I felt there were no other options. My family's all in Texas. I'm not from here. So I had nobody to turn to. My caseworker at the center knew that and sent me to Clubhouse. She tricked me to get me there, but I got there, and that's the important part. Through that time, I was with a man that was not working a lot of the time we were together. They helped me with laundry, hundreds of dollars of laundry, truly. My rabbit passed away. They helped me have him cremated because he meant so much to me. Every step, they've been there. Every single step, they've been beside me. My confidence has risen. I'm no longer in that relationship. I'm no longer there. And through the community supports like this one, I have managed to stay on my feet by myself and independent. And that means a lot to me when I don't have anybody here to turn to. They are my family. And I don't know exactly why we're here today. I was suddenly asked right in the middle of my workday, but I am happy to be here speaking on behalf of Clubhouse because what they do is they take broken people and they don't put you together themselves. They show you how to put yourself back together. And I'm 45, or well, 46. I thought I knew everything about fixing me, but I chose the same man in a different skin. So I knew that something was still broken there. Something was still very wrong there. And through the Clubhouse, I have not only found my confidence, I believe in myself. I have a very good job at more that I thought jobs before, I loved them. I thought that that's where I belonged before, but this place fills my entire heart. I go home singing, happy. I take on incredibly long shifts because I believe in the value of them, but that job wouldn't have been a possibility for me without Jan and Alicia. They put me on a path to success. And I didn't fight it. And it is in my nature to be stubborn. I just went with it because I had no other hopes. I had no other alternatives, and I was ready to give up. And they are the only reason that I'm standing here before you today to attest to the miraculous work they actually do. And it is very emotionally hard on them, but they give us everything they have to give us every day and more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ryan. You've heard a lot of really amazing stories today. So I want to thank everyone who's spoken today. Prior to the clubhouse, I felt very alone with my experiences. I felt like I was the only one who really understood my experiences. I lost my home, I lost my job. And through the clubhouse, I found connection. I've been there since day one. And it's changed my life. I've been able to get employment. I've been able to obtain a community I didn't have before. And I've been able to see how hard the staff have worked, not just to create a community, but to make each individual feel like they were everything to that community, and allow each member to feel like they had the agency not just to improve their own lives, but to help others connect with their own sense of responsibility, their sense of improvement, their value. It's changed my entire life perspective, not just on myself, but how to approach life. And I'm immensely grateful to the program and to the staff. And it works. It's changed lives, not just in this county, but there are similar programs all across the country. Similar clubhouses who transform lives, one person at a time. And it takes time, it takes effort on the part of the individual and the program, but they're there day in and day out to see that happen. And I've seen that work happen at Clubhouse El Dorado. And I feel changed as a person. I feel welcome each time I enter those doors, and accepted and seen. And I appreciate the staff, I appreciate the program, and I appreciate the time to speak today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Stephanie Root, and I'm here because a very dear friend of mine, practically a son to me, started at Clubhouse El Dorado earlier this year. If you've been in the position of trying to get somebody help for serious mental health issues, it's very difficult and frustrating. And one of the big reasons is that someone like my friend, who is almost 50 and was hospitalized for mental health for the first time when he was in high school, they get jaded about the system. I mean, one of the big things is meds, because you need a lot of support to go through the process of getting the right cocktail. It just doesn't happen overnight, and so people give up, and there isn't anything. I've worked with student support systems in the Black Oak Mine Unified School District for years, and with some with the parents too, and there just isn't anything that fills that gap between hospitalization and being able to be helped just by not over-the-counter meds, but meds that a doctor can prescribe without even necessarily psychiatric help. So So for my friend to find this place, it's not only been miraculous for him, it's been miraculous for me. When you love somebody and they're going through what you've just heard, and you can't find them help because they're resistant to it, and because they don't need once a week, they don't need being locked in a hospital. The clubhouse is incredibly special, and I actually came out of retirement to start helping the clubhouse to write grant proposals. So I get that whole perspective about what the good data coming in, what's going on nationally and internationally, and how much it's being adopted by people who can see it not just as effective, but cost effective, because very little staff relative to the club members who run the place. I think I've been dinged out, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and sharing your experiences. Thank you for your time.
Yep, good job. Godspeed to all of you.
Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Mr. Gaines?
How are you this afternoon?
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. And that was some impressive comments about El Dorado Clubhouse and what it's doing for mentally ill in our county and providing hope for them. So that was a treat to listen to. What I'd like to share with you briefly, if I could, is talk about the California Voter ID Initiative. And that's officially qualified for the November of 2026 ballot. And the initiative does a few things. It requires ID to vote, requires election officials to verify the citizenship of registered voters. And the last thing is to maintain accurate voter rolls. I was just talking to a neighbor of mine that got 4 ballots in the mail, and there's only 2 people in the household. And so I think what happened is there were the prior owners of the home that they sent the ballots to his address. He's been in that home for a couple of years, so. And so that is something that I think is important in terms of cleaning up. Other states have initiated the voter ID programs and actually have increased voter participation, and that's including minorities. And I think if you have more faith in the system, you're more inclined to go vote. 70% of voters support this initiative overall, and a majority of Democrat voters. So it is truly a bipartisan effort. I think people want to make sure that they have confidence in the voting system. And I just think this is a great idea that this California Voter ID Initiative is coming forward. The voters will have an opportunity to weigh in on it. And I support it because I think you want to make sure you have integrity within the voting system. So thank you for your time, and have a great day and a great meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
All right, any other members of the public that wish to address the board on non-agenda items? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, first in line, even though I was late. Ken Greenwood here from out at the beautiful Triple Junction. Noticed when I went down to Holiday Market that the DOT and the state CAL FIRE crew from Ponderosa is doing some brush clearance along the road, along Sly Park Road. Very much needed. Thank you very much. do more. They did a pretty good jaws trim on by where I live, right off Sly Park there at my street, and very appreciated. Anyway, now we only have 32,000 miles of county road to go. It's a lot of work, and it's tedious and all that. Heaven knows I've been working for the last 2 weeks clearing my yard, unlike my neighbors. Anyway, item 2, public participation. The system you guys got going right now is broken. Keep the comments with the item, not as a sorting them through as a bunch. The human mind just doesn't work that way, and it can't work well for you. It doesn't work well for the participants, etc. Speaking of disasters like Sly Park Road and our road system and all that, yesterday Mount St. Helens blew up 46 years ago. Up until May 11th, that would be 7 days before, I was right there up by the mountain working with the U.S. Forest Service, kind of at gunpoint, as they told us, remain calm, all is well, which reminded me of Chip Diller in Animal House, played by Kevin Bacon, his first role, by the way. Anyway, and we saw what happened to Chip. 57 people died. Could have been me, could have been my coworkers. Thankfully, I got a better job at Plumas National Forest and got the hell out of there. But government was telling us that we will go up by the mountain each day and work, or we will lay you off. Anyway, so just a reminder that disasters happen. Clubhouse sounds like a great thing. I'm really impressed. It says a lot. Finally, no to Town and Country. Please, no, no, no. Thank you very much and have a great day. Hope to go to Squaw Valley on Thursday.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon, Lyle Bennett Koshan. First, I'd like to affirm the board for taking an extra long lunch. I just think it's great that some days you take too short, some days you take too long. I would like to suggest that perhaps occasionally you have a working lunch like you did in South Lake Tahoe, and the example today from the senior folks that had food downstairs. You have such a beautiful downstairs, and it was a very heart-touching presentation by the NAMI Clubhouse, which will have its 2nd anniversary on August 5th, and maybe you could invite them back. It's something I've seen at school board levels, that collaboration is the best way to get things done, and collaborating with nonprofits is a very effective way. As you spoke about Wagon Train and other things, nonprofits can do things in a way leveraging volunteers and multiple different variables better and more effective with county support. So it's just figuring out how to engage and support people doing that. And an example to me, again, to affirm that you had the conversation and have staff working on taking advantage of what our state legislator passed that was effective the 1st of 2025, which is the entertainment zones, and about alcohol, of course, but alcohol does raise a lot of money for nonprofits. And, I think that in addition to trying to be an entire county across all the districts, incorporating the 2 cities in your 2x2s, and maybe every now and then have the cities, your 2 cities plus the county all getting together and learning from the basin, which doesn't have a specific entertainment zone, but certainly has areas that function very similarly, and assisting, a much smaller city that can use that kind of collaboration, namely our Center for Government and whatnot, Placerville. I just think there's a lot of possibilities out there for collaboration to go farther in improving these initiatives that the county is taking the lead on. You have much more resources. And of course, you can learn things from smaller cities, smaller entities like the clubhouse that have explored this territory. So thank you for taking my comment and for a very interesting meeting.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So first, I want to say, please bring back the public comment so it's per item, so that we have the opportunity to be able to engage in the discussion through the day. And then, actually, last, I'm really just curious, what is the age for being considered an older American these days? So I'm kind of in denial of my own aging, but now today made me genuinely curious if potentially the proclamation that was passed might apply to me sooner rather than later. So anyways, just a funny for the day, but thank you again and have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you for all of that information. We'll go ahead and move on to our department matter with a 1 o'clock time. Well, not to be heard before 1 o'clock. And that is item number 33, the Tribe Intergovernmental Agreement. Ms. Dawson, would you please read this into the record?
Item number 33 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign an intergovernmental agreement between the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians and El Dorado County for the gaming pavilion project at the existing Red Hawk Casino.
Thank you, and we'll welcome our very own Ms. Winter from the CAO's office, who is a Principal Management Analyst. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Allison Winter from the Chief Administrative Office, and we are recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign the intergovernmental agreement with Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians for their gaming pavilion. The tribe is proposing to develop a 6,200 square foot single floor gaming pavilion at the existing casino's Port Cocher, and they are looking to relocate some of their slot machines from an underutilized area into that area, so it's closer to the hotel entrance. They don't have any current plans at the time of publishing for the space that will be empty. And because of their gaming compact with the state, they're required to do a tribal environmental impact report. And then in that report, they have to reach out basically to the county and kind of figure out if there's any kind of mitigation they can do for the impacts to the off-reservation areas. And we went through the TEIR and have met with the tribe on it, and we determined there's no major impacts to the county outside of the reservation. And so in the agreement, we are basically just they're agreeing with us that they will follow the county ordinances based on, or specifically on grading, erosion, dust protection, that kind of stuff. And then they will comply with all mitigation measures in the TEIR. And they will also, while they're constructing the gaming pavilion, every 30 days report out of any of their mitigation measures that they've done and any issues that they've had. So if there's any questions.
Who specifically do they report out to?
They'll report to the county chief administrative office.
Okay, gotcha. I'll bring it to my colleagues. Questions, comments? Ms. Parlin? You did, it worked.
This end if the button works.
It works.
Yeah, I just thank you for bringing this item. Appreciate that we've been working with the tribe to mitigate impacts from projects. Thank you for that. I did reach out to one of my contacts in the North Buckeye Rancheros Owners Association, NBROA, just to let them know that this item was on the agenda, because I find that if I forget to mention something, even though this one doesn't have a lot of impacts, but then they find out later, then I feel bad. It's like, so I try to stay in front of it. This one I didn't remind anyone until yesterday, but again, not big impacts here and appreciate the agreement. But then the question came back to me was, well, it was just a comment that, you know, in the neighborhood's mind, it would be nicer for them if the event center were in this location instead of where it's being proposed. And I replied back and just said, yeah, I kind of agree with that thought. And I think I asked about that in one of our conversations, but I can't remember because we've been talking about so many projects and all of that. So I just wanted to check in. Maybe Allison, if you recall, or Mr. Bryson's here that represents the tribe, did we ask about perhaps if they could swap the locations or do something different so that the event center isn't where it's being proposed right now, but is more over where this is? This is such a less impacting location. Just
I recall in conversations with the tribe that you did bring up possibly having it in a different location. And I'm not sure if it's exactly this location. but
Yeah.
In a location similar to.
just elsewhere on the property,
And
just so,
yeah,
okay.
and it just wasn't at that time feasible for them to do it.
Right, okay. I just want to check and see, because we've had many conversations with several of the projects along the way. And then just for the board to know too, another, on one of the other projects, I think we brought it up in the conversation about the, taking the trust properties into trust, the 269 acres, whatever it is. And just an update that I don't think you guys have heard formally, but we did talk about moving the entrance to the road so that all the tribal homes will have their own entry eventually. And my understanding is that also got added to their project for that project too. And I don't think we've had a chance to update the board on that. So that is something that the neighbors did ask us about, and I did talk with the tribe about it, and it is now in their project. So I appreciated, you know, that we are trying to work these things through. They're not easy to do, but I am happy and appreciate, you know, the tribe understanding that. And I think that it'll make all parties happy with that particular situation. So thank you for that.
Excellent. Okay, do other of my colleagues have questions, comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is an action item, so I'll bring it back to the board for further deliberation or a motion.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'll go ahead and move as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Ferrero being absent.
Supervisor Ferrero?
Ferrero's absent.
Oh, I swear I thought you said Parlin.
Well, you know, there's
I'm hearing things. Okay.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to board member updates, if that's okay with the board, and then we'll go back into closed session. Do we anticipate any report out from closed session?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
Okay, another good reason then to do board member updates now. Is anybody prepared to give a report?
Ready to go.
All right, Supervisor Veerkamp, please.
Last Wednesday, we participated in the El Dorado County Water Agency meeting. Plenty going on, especially in California with water, but nothing major at this point that we needed to really report out on. Then we also had a transit budget ad hoc committee meeting talking about next year's budget. There's a lot of challenges coming to the transit agencies throughout the state and transit in general. Our transit agency in El Dorado County is stable. That's about probably the best word I'll use at this point. So
Yeah.
that's good compared to others. Then that's later on that same day, I represented this board in congratulating Lloyd Walker for 31 years of service as an ag commissioner to this county. He's since retiring from that position, and it was a nice little, there was a meeting at their meeting, and then the congratulations from everybody was very, very much appreciated by Lloyd. And then this Thursday, we've got a SACOG monthly board meeting. So looking forward to it.
Excellent. Good report. Supervisor Turnbull, are you ready?
Yeah, I just, on Monday, let's go back a ways because it's quite a bit agenda. So the SPTC, JPA discussion, that we had, Lori was in attendance. Anyway, it was a good meeting, working with, also, Tribe Fire to be able to help, clear a lot of the brush along the railroad tracks. And they're going to work with also the trail people too, so which is really good. And then we had a Fair Ad Hoc Committee meeting. Brian and I attended that, some good discussion, what was going on there. And then we had the transit meeting and transportation meeting. And then, because I haven't talked about a lot of things that was going on, but also I attended Logtown Fire Safe Council meeting, which was a really good meeting and all the good things that are doing out there. And I was presented an award by Maria Alvarado Gill for all the stuff that I've done for Grizzly Flats. And then that afternoon, right after that, the Native Daughters of the Golden West presented a flag, a California flag and a plaque to the Frenchtown Cemetery. Our family cemetery has been in our family for the three families, the Watkins, Gregory's, and the Turnbulls is what it was. Anyway, we started association in 1915, believe that or not. That goes back that long. So, and that's the first burial of that was in 1850. So anyway, it's a lot of good things are going on. And anyway, that's pretty much all I have.
Excellent. Supervisor Parlin.
You know, I keep looking at it. I don't think I have anything that's actually like reportable. Everything's been busy, lots of stuff, but and I put all of that stuff on my website. So there you go.
All right. The one thing I would just like to bring to the attention of my colleagues is that there was a big blowout in the basin, concern over the U.S. Forest Service's use of pesticides, herbicides, excuse me, as a function of restoring the burned land of the Caldor fire. They did an environmental assessment, and a lot of the different agencies around the basin chimed in on that assessment, but nobody has authority over the U.S. Forest Service except for the federal government. So they have backed off of using the chemical that we know well as Roundup. They listed 4 different chemicals that they would consider using because they're all approved by the USDA, of which Roundup is one of them, but they're backing off of using that in the Calder burn area on, invasive, what they consider invasive plants. So we've got a little bit of a reprieve on that, but it was definitely very much on the minds of people, a lot of concerns around that, and just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Yeah, and I was reached out by the Forest Service myself because it was a Caldor fire that was impacting my district. And there was certain areas that they were actually using the chemical on, only in high brush areas is what it was. And they've been doing this for decades, not just recently. This has been going on, but Sierra Pacific has been using the same stuff too. So it mitigates a lot of the brush, and especially when it impacts wildfire. And that's what they're trying to do, prevent. So
Yeah,
and
and
you're
we
right.
just want to make sure that they don't enter into streams and, get into.
Well, they
those-
that's what they said. They're not doing it adjacent to any waterways, around any reservoirs or any lakes. That's what they told me. So
Yeah,
you're aware of it.
I
And you
think
can
that's-
go on I think I sent that article to Carla, the county liaison, and she has that, and it's posted on, I think, on our county website. I think, isn't that right, Sue? Because I sent it to you too.
I think we were asked by the U.S. Forest Service to refer everyone directly to them, but so I'm
Yeah,
not sure exactly what got posted on our website. Probably just a referral to the
Yeah, that's
Forest
what it
Service.
was. I referred it to you. So, okay.
So thank you for hijacking my report. That's great.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Madam CAO, do you have a report?
Sure. Just our next meeting is not until June 9th, and we will have our budget hearing for our recommended budget, which is really otherwise known as a preliminary budget. The Employee Appreciation Barbecue in South Lake Tahoe is this Thursday, so I'll be attending that, and the West Slope Barbecue will be in September. Also, just a general reminder, our 11-day vote centers open this Saturday, and the locations I have are the Tahoe Community College, Placerville Library, and El Dorado Hills Library from 8:30 to 4:30. So the election is starting.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll go ahead and recess back into closed session. Thank you, everybody.